164 Echo Echo, and 164 Echo Foxtrot. Tell me if you recognize those exhibits.
Yes, I do.
And first start with 164 Echo. How do you recognize it? 164 Echo.
This is going to be another business record certification. Looks like from Facebook.
And what about 164 Echo Alpha?
It also looks like a business record certification.
What about 164 Echo Bravo?
This is the disc that I reviewed for the response regarding Facebook, Instagram.
And did that appear to be the same response you received back in 2015 when you first received these records?
That's correct.
Goes both ways, Mr. Harder. Please use your microphone. Use your microphone, Mr. Harvey.
Does 164 Echo Bravo?
I flipped them over. I'm sorry.
Does 164 Echo Bravo appear to be the same records that you received back in 2015?
Yes.
Right. Now looking at State's Exhibit 164 Echo Charlie. What is 164 Echo Charlie?
It looks like the Instagram subscriber information page from the response.
Okay. And 164 Echo Delta through 164 Echo Foxtrot. What do they consist of?
It looks like all Instagram posts, basically photographs.
And are those excerpts from what's contained in 164 Echo Bravo?
Yes, they would be.
Okay. You're on this time to stay with like the 164 Echo, 164 Echo Alpha through 164 Echo Foxtrot.
Any further objections to states 164 Echo through Echo, 164 Echo Alpha through Echo Foxtrot that otherwise haven't been posted, stated already? Okay, they're admitted, subject to the court's earlier ruling and over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Be published as you see fit.
And then last, looking at State's Exhibit, I'm now handing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 165 Echo and in 165 Echo Alpha and 165 Echo Bravo. Do you recognize those three exhibits?
I do.
How do you first recognize State's Exhibit 165 Echo, 165 Echo?
So that's going to be just a business record certification from now it's called Meta, but the Facebook, Instagram company.
And looking at 165 Echo Alpha.
That's going to be Shannon Stillwell's Instagram response, the disc that I signed on a previous date.
Okay. And is that from the same search warrant return you did back in 2015?
Correct.
And now looking at State's Exhibit 165 Echo Bravo.
This is going to be the subscriber page from that response.
And do all of those appear to be a fair, accurate records from what you received back in 2015?
They do.
Here at this time, the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 165 Echo, 165 Echo Alpha, and 165 Echo Bravo into evidence.
Any further objection to states 165 Echo, Echo Alpha, or Echo Bravo? Otherwise have not been stated already. Okay. All right. They're admitted subject to the court's earlier ruling and over objection.
In the future, if they come up, I don't want to waive any.
You can raise another timely objection depending upon what's presented. Okay. All right.
First, I'm going to start with 164 Echo, and just confirm it's 164 Echo Bravo, the subscriber information.
So 164 Echo, and then 164 Echo Bravo.
Okay, that's the full disc. Which exhibit is the subscriber information?
.164 Echo Charlie is the subscriber information page.
Now, looking at 164 Echo Charlie, whose Instagram? What is the vanity name of that Instagram?
Thugger 1.
And does it have an email address associated with it?
It does.
Don't tell me what the email address is. Is there a name associated in the email itself?
Yes, there is.
What is the name in the email itself?
So it's flipped, last name first, then first name, but it's Diop Amina
Okay.
01.
Don't give me the
Oh.
email. Just, is there a name?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to publish for you 164 Echo Charlie. Excuse me. Echo Delta. Of course, it's over. Now, looking at Stacey Exhibit 164 Echo Delta, first let me ask, when you get the records back from Instagram, are they in the same form as if you were going to that public page?
No.
What's the difference?
So when they send it back, it's a PDF, and it basically starts with a subscriber page, then goes to IP addresses used, and then we finally start going into like content, and it'll break it down from posts, DM messages, depending on what your search warrant request, but it breaks it down kind of from there. So that what we're seeing here in this photo is the picture of the post, and then we're seeing some information like metadata, if you want to call it that, just some internal information that Facebook, Instagram keeps, and then we will see the written text of the post below that if there was one associated with the post.
And is this an excerpt from the exhibit for the Thugger Instagram account?
Yes.
All right. Now, if we can make large the picture and the content. And when you were speaking of the meta or the data information, is this the information that's contained at the bottom of the image?
That's correct.
All right. Now, looking at the line that says taken, what is your understanding of what taken is? Or what taken means as well?
I stand the objection.
Have you had training in reading Instagram records?
Yes.
Okay. And have you learned about what the different data information or meta information that's on the bottom of that picture?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And in that course that you received training on, did you learn or understand what that line is?
Yes.
What is it?
So that's basically when the information is being uploaded. So we have the date created and we have a date taken. So basically they're taking the information. If your photograph has any metadata within it and you upload it, it'll kind of pull that, whatever information Instagram is getting. And so taken, as we can see, it's the same time as listed as created. So presumably the date this image was created is the same date that.
I'll stand it as a form. You can rephrase.
Sure. So based on your understanding in your training of the date taken versus the date created, is that on the same date?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object.
Basis.
It's not an expert.
Overrule, sir.
Based on what you've learned during your training courses, is it for this record, is the date that the picture was taken and the date that that the image was created on Instagram the same date?
It appears to be the same, yes.
Okay. And scrolling down, if you could just educate the jury to what you understand the information is contained on the bottom of the picture.
So ID is going to be an internal number for Instagram, Facebook. Then we have the taken, which we just discussed. Status is active, means the post at the time of the search warrant was served on them. This post is still active. It's still live. We then have the URL. So if we punch that into a computer URL, it would take us to that page. Source is they're sourcing it to be the library, filter unknown, the IP address in which uploaded this image. Is it published? True. Shared by true. So is it published on the page? Is it shared? It looks like it true. And then again, we have another ID, and then we have the date created as a stated. Status again is kind of reiterating it, active. And then we have the text, which is what that narrative, if we're familiar with Instagram, post, and then a narrative that goes along with it. That's going to be the narrative that goes along with the post.
And what was the narrative that went along with this post?
I have a image right there. Follow my, sorry, Judge, fucking slime at Pee Wee, aka Roscoe, right fucking now, and a lot of exclamation marks.
Okay, I want to scroll down. You can scroll up a little more. Please scroll. Okay. Are you able to see that last line at the top?
Yes.
Okay, what does it say?
There's a hashtag or a number sign, please, exclamation points, and then some images or emojis that Instagram couldn't capture, and their text, photo by, and then at real wish.
All right, now looking at 164 Echo Echo. You scroll into the data at the bottom. And looking at this, what was the date? What's the taken date?
Yes, so the created and taken date are going to be the same in this image as well. And the date is June 14th, 2015.
And is there a text that was associated with this Instagram post?
Yeah, the hashtag free Roscoe till he free.
Okay. And who is in this photo?
That's Jimmy Winfrey.
And also looking back at, well, not having to go back, in 164 Echo Delta, who's in that photo?
Jimmy Winfrey.
All right. Now, publishing 164 Echo Foxtrot. First, who's in the photo?
Jimmy Winfrey.
Right. And what is the date of this, what's the taken date?
So taken date is listed as June 15th, 2015,
And what is the created date?
June 15th, 2015 as well.
And is there a text associated with this post?
Yes, so we have the little rectangles again. So it's emojis that it can't capture in this text. And then everybody capping a goat, and the videos are in the making. So
And you said everybody capping or caption? What did you say?
caption.
Okay. Do you see more to that text?
Yeah, there's a little unmute image on my screen. Make sure you tag me in them so I can repost them all. Again, the rectangle, so there's an emoji that this text can't create. Photo by @Goddess Dora.
Okay. Now, in looking at these two, this 164 Echo Foxtrot and 164 Echo Echo, were these two significant in your investigation?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, just the free Roscoe and associated with the jail phone calls.
Which jail phone call?
The one in which Mr. Winfrey spoke with Mr. Williams.
And is that the call where they were discussing the free Roscoe campaign?
Correct.
Do you recall what date that jail call was?
Not off the top of my head.
We're looking at a copy of your report. Help refresh your memory.
Sure. Yes.
I'm going to direct you to page 103.
Okay.
What was the date of that jail call?
June 13th, 2015.
So is that about a day before 164 Echo Echo?
That's correct.
And then 2 days before 164 Echo Foxtrot?
That's correct.
And is that same call that the 1990 number is called in order to speak with Mr. Williams?
That's correct.
Now, let's look at 165. Echo. And specifically 165 Echo Bravo. If you don't have to publish this. If you could just tell me, what is the vanity name on 165 Echo Bravo?
That OG Bull.
And is it OG Bulls or OG something?
There's an underscore, OG underscore Bull.
And what is the name associated with the email address for that record?
It's Shannon Stillwell. It's just flipped. So last name first, then first name.
Now looking at 163 Echo.
Yes.
Looking at 163, we can now publish 163 Echo Bravo. And while that's being published, whose Instagram is this?
163 Echo Bravo. That's going to be Jimmy Winfrey's.
And what was his vanity name?
It's going to be that Pee Wee, AKA Roscoe.
Now, first again, 164 Echo Bravo. What is the taken date and what is the created date on this 164 Echo Bravo?
March 27th, 2015. And it appears to match both created and taken.
Okay. And what is the text?
PSA, we on tour, came from zone 3, my rounds. I'm arrived for them like a military mafia. You dig what I'm saying? Hashtag bankroll mafia. Hashtag YSL RG. Hashtag you dig. Hashtag my little sisters and $.
Do you know who the young ladies are inside of that image?
Yes.
Who?
The Greer sisters.
Do you know which one is which?
No, I don't know.
All right. Now looking at 164 Echo Charlie. Excuse me, 163 Echo Charlie.
Yes.
Now looking at 163 Echo Charlie, who is captured in that image?
Jimmy Winfrey.
Right. And what is the taken date and what is the created date?
April 20th, 2015.
And then what is the text?
Keep your mouth closed when the dawn speaks. Quiet storm more powerful than yo tongue. Fool bankroll mafia. You dig? YSL RG. Hashtag human goat. Hashtag Atlanta. Hashtag da dawn. Hashtag yo bitch love me. Hashtag I can't wait. Hashtag you dig what I'm saying. Hashtag Utes fucked them.
Okay.
USZ. And then the F word, dem, DEM.
Okay. Looking at 163 Echo Delta.
Okay.
And do you know everyone inside of this image?
No.
Can you identify those that you do know inside of the image? Or that you recognize, excuse me?
Second from the right, so the blonde haired gentleman, he has like the orange blonde hair, that's Duke.
And you can use your pointer.
Oh, all right. So the blonde haired gentleman, that's Duke. And then I guess he'd be first if you count his rear, but first to the left on the bottom, that's Jimmy Winfrey.
All right. You can. And is there a date that is taken?
April 17th, 2015.
Okay. And I know there's some language in the text, but not saying everything.
Thank you.
What is no problem. What is the text?
TBT with my in, we in no repping everything we believe in. You dig? Hot boy, Cheech Lock, Yak Gotti, Duke. And then we have again some emojis that the system text doesn't recognize. And then we have at Birdman 5-star. You dig what I'm saying? Bankroll Mafia, YSL RG.
All right. Now looking at 163 Echo Echo.
Okay.
Now what's contained in 163 Echo Echo?
A white Camaro Z28.
Okay. And was this significant in your investigation?
It was.
Okay. Why was this particular caption or excerpt relevant in your investigation?
Well, it's the white Camaro that we later find, but it's also posted on Jimmy Winfrey's Instagram on the specific date, which is the day before the shooting incident. So it associates him further with that vehicle that's registered in his deceased uncle's name.
Okay. And what is the date that it was taken, and what's the date that it was, let's say taken?
April 25th, 2015.
And we're gonna scroll down slightly. And that the same as the created date?
It is.
And what's the status?
The status says deleted by user.
Was that significant to you?
Yes.
Why?
Well, the picture was deleted by the user for a particular reason.
When you were first doing your investigation, had you ever looked at his public page prior to getting the Instagram record?
Prior to getting the search warrant, yes.
When you looked at his public page prior to,
Do you have an objection, sir?
I'm gonna ask if you stop using pronouns, make whose page you're talking
I'm gonna overrule your objection. You need to form an objection, and that I can recognize. So, okay? I'll sustain that objection.
Did you look at the Jimmy Winfrey Pete Wee Roscoe's page prior to getting the Instagram return?
Yes,
And when you looked at the Jimmy Winfrey or the Pee Wee Roscoe page, did you see this image when you looked through his public page prior to you getting the Instagram return?
I did not see this image between the time that I looked at this public page and the time that I got this response.
And is it when you got the response that you saw that this image had been deleted?
That's correct.
If the shooting was on April 26th, about when did you look at the public page of Pee Wee Roscoe?
I would say it would have been that Monday meeting with Atlanta Police Department. Around that time.
And when you say around that time, you mean that same day or just around in that area of those days?
I can't tell you exactly if on Sunday, investigator Dennis notified me of this account or if it was that Monday, but it's that approximate time frame. It would have been immediately thereafter in the immediate part of the investigation.
All right. Now looking at 164 Echo Foxtrot. Okay. And that's at the subscriber information.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Now, when was Mr. Winfrey arrested for this case?
I think it was, I think we looked back, it was like June, I have to look again, but it was like June, around the beginning, middle part of June, when he turned himself in.
Now, early in your investigation, how did you identify the two groups that you were investigating?
Atlanta Police Department.
Let me ask a better question. When it came to your association with YSL, how did you describe YSL early in your investigation?
I'm objecting, Your Honor.
Basis.
It is.
Give me a basis for the objection. Don't speak the objection. Just give me a basis. One that I can rec.
404A, 403. Using the phone.
The character of the group?
I'm over the objection, sir.
How did you
On both grounds.
early in your investigation? How did you describe YSL?
Overruled, sir. That was Mr. Steele. Yes.
No, overruled, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sure. Early in your investigation, how did you describe YSL?
I would describe him as a criminal street gang.
Did you describe him as a music group early in your investigation?
Okay. Sure. I'm sorry, Ms. Hilton and Mr. Matthews, come on up. Just so. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to a stopping point for lunch. I know we said we had a little bit of a late start today, but what I'm going to do is recess you all for about maybe 30 minutes so we could come back at 1:45. And then we are going to continue and probably recess for the day, probably around 3. So that gives you the guide point for today. That'll be what we're going to do. So with that, I'll go ahead and recess at this point in time. Agent Racy, if you'll come back for 1:45 as well. Okay. All right. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury's left us. We're in recess for until. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Hilton, you may continue now.
Earlier in your investigation, did you identify YSL music group early in this investigation?
I did identify as a music group as well. Yes.
How was it?
Because there was a music component with the Lil Wayne, and then with the Young Thug side of it, there was a music component.
During the course of your investigation, did that change?
Well,
Or you no longer identified what was happening?
I stand the objection.
Your Honor, the T got it, yeah.
I'm sorry,
The T-E-A-G-U-E.
I sustain the objection.
Hey, Your Honor, she is for hearsay, and we're not discussing your
Oh. All right, I'm gonna reverse myself, overrule the objection, sir.
At some point in your investigation, did it transition from investigating the music group to investigating something else?
I mean, I would say it was almost immediately into something else. It wasn't like it was a gradual transition. It was almost immediately.
What did it transition into?
Well, a criminal organization.
Basis.
701, 702.
I'll sustain the question. You can rephrase, madam.
Had Cobb County Police Department ever investigated YSL, the street gang?
Objection relevant.
Overrule, sir. Overrule.
Yes, the Cobb County Police Department has investigated and identified YSL prior to this investigation. Yes.
Was it as a street gang?
Yes.
Overrule, sir.
And as your investigation continued, why did you initially refer to this as a music group first and then immediately transition into identifying it as a gang?
Well, just because the involved parties that were alleged to be involved in this dispute.
Now, you talked about you were in the Marine Corps.
I was.
While you were in the Marine Corps, had you ever heard the phrase death before dishonor?
Sure.
Had you only heard it during your time in the Marine Corps?
No, I've heard it elsewhere as well.
And where is that?
Overrule, sir.
As a police officer, I've heard it as well.
How have you heard it as a police officer?
I mean, I've visually seen that tattoo on people who have no association with the military or the Marine Corps.
During the course of your investigation, did you ever come across any evidence to suggest that Jimmy Winfrey was ever in the Marine Corps?
Objection relevant.
Overrule, sir.
Yeah, there's no information that I came upon that states that Jimmy Winfrey was ever associated with the Marine Corps.
What about as a samurai?
I would say the same thing. That came up nowhere in my investigation.
Did you come in your investigation that Jimmy Winfrey was associated with YSL?
Yes.
And was that YSL the gang or the music group or both?
What's the basic objection, sir?
701, 702.
Overrule, sir.
I would say I have evidence of association of both.
Both the music group and the gang?
Correct, ma'am.
Course indulgent? I have no further questions.
Cross. Mr. Sharp, go right ahead, sir. Yeah, can we take that? Yeah, just push it over to the right and share.
I'm not good with these things.
Oh, there you
Oh,
go.
there we go.
There you go.
Oh,
That's
all right.
it. That's it.
Your Honor, may I take down some of these demonstratives?
Yes, you may.
I am going to keep. No, I'm going to keep that up. This, what is that number for that? Okay.
You can label 1990, 174. And then Jimmy just gives you 175.
Okay.
So for the record, Your Honor, we're going to mark the chart that dealt with 3383 as 175 echo, and the chart dealing with 1990 as 174 as the demonstrative.
You said 173 and 174?
175 to 174.
Okay. 170. Echo.
Echo.
Okay.
So 175 Echo and 175 Charlie. I'm sorry, 174 Echo and then 175 Echo
Yes, Your Honor.
as demonstrative.
As the demonstrative.
All right.
May it please court, Your Honor?
Yes, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. Detective Ricey, how are you?
Doing well, sir. Thank you. How are you?
I'm well. Good afternoon.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you just a few questions. And I'm going to start out with 174E and 175E that was just labeled and behind you. And that is a chart that was created by the state based on your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based on historical cell records for two different numbers.
Yes, sir. CDRs.
Okay. And I just want to clarify. In the beginning, we were asking about where phones were located. Do you remember those questions?
I remember questions similar to that. Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, these cell phone records, these historical cell phone records identify cell towers and location of cell towers, not phones, correct?
So part of that statement is true and part of the statement I would say is incorrect.
Okay. You can clarify.
The CDRs actually do a little bit more than that, but yes, they provide you with the cell tower location and they provide you with a little bit more information regarding to the location of the phone as well.
You're talking about vectors and things of that nature?
Yes, so the actual cell site directions, and yes.
Okay, but when you were talking about longitude and latitude from the cell phone records, you were talking about the longitude and latitude of the location of the cell phone tower, correct?
Correct. That's what we were allowed to discuss. Yes, sir.
Not the location of particular phones.
That's correct. The location of the specific location of the phones was not in my testimony.
Okay. And what these towers indicate on these cell phone records is the tower that's utilized, the cell phone tower that's utilized by a particular phone when it's in use, correct?
Correct. The cell phone is touching or communicating with that tower, and that's what the records show.
And when you say touching, you don't mean physically touching, you mean in communication.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Cell towers have a particular service radius. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Are all cell towers radius the same
I would
size?
I would say they're not.
Do you have any particular information from your testimony today about the cell radius, the service radius of any of the particular towers that you referenced in your testimony?
No, we would have to get into more particularized information from the providers than what I provided in my testimony.
So you cannot provide exact information about the distance particular cell phones are from the cell towers that you identified in that chart, can you?
Again, my testimony was limited to what I was allowed to testify to in the records that I have. We'd have to go further to get that sort of information.
Are you familiar with which towers were not in service, were not operational on April 26th of 2015?
Again, we would have to go into more information than I was testifying to today or the last few days.
Okay, would those questions possibly be better suited for an expert in cell towers and cell phone geolocation?
Sure, they could be answered by a cell phone expert, but they would still be limited to the information that they have at hand.
And you are not an expert?
I was not classified an expert here in this court.
Okay. Now, as part of your, go.
No, I was saying I haven't been classified as an expert today or the previous days here in this court. My opinion was I probably could be qualified as an expert based off of Georgia law and expertise regarding cell phones.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you, as someone who says that they could probably be considered an expert, can you give us the cell tower radius of the individual cell towers that you referenced in that chart?
Okay, again, my testimony today has been limited to those records. So if I was going to testify as an expert, I would request additional data from those cell phone providers to find out which ones are on and off, and we would have to go in depth in that manner. But that was, my testimony was not, didn't go into that.
That would require information that you don't have here, correct?
In these records, there's not information about which towers were being used or weren't being used. It's just the towers that I guess were being used because that's what the phone's connected to.
Now, you were the lead investigator on this case, this Cobb County case from April 25th going into April 26th, 2015, correct?
Yes, the investigation spanned longer, but yes, that incident. Yes.
I mean, I'm talking about the incident date.
Correct, sir.
Okay, and you're the lead investigator from Cobb County.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. As part of your investigation, you obtained, I believe it was a search warrant for my client. My client is Shannon Stillwell, for his Instagram records, correct?
I did, sir.
Okay, and do you have the records, the Instagram records in front of you?
I believe, yes, sir.
You can give me all of the Instagram records.
Okay. This one's not paperclip.
Appreciate it. Okay, and I'm looking at 165E and 165EB. This is the response you received for Shannon Stillwell, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so you requested Instagram records and Instagram responded to your request, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. All of the pictures, the white sports car and all these other pictures that were introduced in evidence before lunch, none of these pictures came from Shannon Stillwell's Instagram, did they?
That is correct.
They did not.
Your statement was correct. They did not, those pictures we were shown did not come from these records. That is correct.
Thank you. Now, you were saying, I pointed out the date of the incident. You said the investigation spanned beyond April 26, 2015, correct?
Sure, yes.
It spanned into 2016, correct?
I can't remember. I'd have to look at the date I closed the investigation, but it certainly spanned at least until the late 2015, possibly into 2016. That's correct.
Would looking at your reports help you tell us when you closed your investigation?
Yes, it would.
Feel free to refresh your recollection.
So it looks like I wrote the conclusion paragraph February 3rd, 2016, but it looks like I might have gotten some records back from some service providers past that date. But
Okay.
the conclusion paragraph, where I'm basically putting the case file together, February 3rd, 2016.
Okay, so you would agree that investigation approximately 9 months?
Yes.
Okay, great. And as part of your investigation, you also, I think you testified that you consulted with Atlanta Police Department and Atlanta police officers, correct?
That's correct.
Including officers from the gang unit, correct?
That's correct.
Including Officer Dennis, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you used search warrants and subpoena powers to obtain social media,
That's correct.
including my client's Instagram, correct?
Yes, for a period of time on his account, yes.
In the end, you swore out warrants for Jimmy Winfrey in this case, correct?
That is correct.
You did not charge any other individuals for this case, did you?
That is correct.
No further questions.
All right. Any other examiners? Yes, Mr. Steele?
How are you?
Doing well, Mr. Steele.
Can I ask you a few questions?
Of course.
All right. And thank you for your service.
Thanks, sir.
Agent, I'd like to know, with the help of Ms. Knight, do you mind helping? Okay. I think it's you. Station number 162E. I just want to make sure,
162.
yes, that we are tracking each other here. With the court's permission, 162E should be on the court's list of admitted exhibits. If I could show that to the jury with the assistance of Ms. Knight.
If you can.
Which one is it? 162E.
May I approach, Your Honor? I did not realize there was. May I approach?
Yes, you can.
Oh, okay. Oh, the pictures. Okay. Yeah. I do. Yes, sir.
You can, sir.
Okay, and it's on the screen as well. I just want to orient, because you went through a lot of information over several days, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
This is an item that, I'm not saying it was you personally, but you or your coworkers located in that white Camaro that the jurors have seen photographs of. Fair to say?
Fair to say, sir.
And I just don't want any confusion because they're the same initials, but that JW that is on 162E right now on the screen, you see that?
Yes, sir.
That belongs to, I'm saying it's his signature, I'm not asking you to identify his signature, but that's not Jeffrey Williams' relation. Is that true?
I would agree. I would agree with that. Yes, correct.
And that is, as far as we could tell from the whole document that's it's attached to, that's Jimmy Winfrey.
I would believe you're correct. Yes.
All right.
That's correct.
Now, and thank you so much, Ms. Knight. And Ms. Knight, if you can allow that to be shared, Zoom with Haley, that would be great if needed. The white Camaro that we've been talking about,
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that, in your investigation, have any connection to Jeffrey Williams?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Now, I want to go back to obviously what brought us all together to have the pleasure of meeting with you. It's Saturday, April 25th, going into Sunday, April 26th. Is that the fair days of the week and the dates that we're dealing with at first?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that time, you made yourself aware through your investigation that Jeffrey Williams was working and performing in another state on those days. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, sir.
And when I say working, performing, I don't want to mislead anybody. Working on the evening of Saturday, April 25th, 2016, and then we're going to get to how, but then you tracked Mr. Williams coming back through Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, like you testified to.
Correct, sir.
Okay. And on the evening of Saturday, April 25th, 2015, going into the next morning until about 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, whatever your memory is, Jeffrey was outside of the Atlanta, Georgia area, coming back towards it. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you also, the way you track that, and you told the jurors, you know, there's 2 ways to go. There's an upper way and a lower way for Louisiana. Remember that type of testimony?
I do, sir.
And the way that you realized how Jeffrey's travel, or at least based upon information belief, was because you associate a certain telephone to Jeffrey Williams. So you surmise that that phone was with Jeffrey Williams' person.
Correct. We know that that phone was owned by YSL Enterprises. That phone was in the area that we knew Jeffrey Williams to be, and we have the video evidence of him performing. So yes, we have a connection and the belief that that is in his possession. Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's how you track the phone on the lower way, going from Louisiana through Alabama back to the state of Georgia.
Correct, sir.
All right. Now, I'd like to go through, just make sure we are correctly tracking which phone. And I just use the last 4 digits, but if we need all 7 digits, just tell me and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, okay?
Yes, sir.
The last 4 digits of what we believe, I'm going to call Jeffrey Williams' phone during that period of time, April period of time, is 8553. Does that sound right?
That sounds right. And again, I'm not saying he owns that phone. That phone is associated with phone calls and movement that we associate him with. So yes, that it's there being used, what we think is Jeffrey Williams, yes.
And I think you just said it, but just to be crystal clear, I know that you don't sit there and put that phone and that phone number in his hand, but based upon your investigation, you concluded that the 8553 number is Jeffrey Williams during this relevant period of time.
Yes, like more likely than not, that phone is associated with YSL Enterprises. That phone was in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and we had reason to believe that that phone was owned or operated by Jeffrey Williams.
Now, I want to go back and we'll use anything that you need. So just tell us what you need, because there's a lot of information these jurors are taking in over 7 months now already, okay?
I sustained the just in the commentary, Mr. Steele. Just pose the questions.
All right. I want to go through the records. I just want to make sure I got them correctly for the Jeffrey, I'm calling it Jeffrey's phone, but 8553 number, okay?
Yes, sir.
And we could use any phones that you need, by the way. But on the 8553 number, we have in evidence the entirety of the return that you received for that phone. And that's a AT&T phone, am I correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
If I'm wrong, please, I'm not trying to get it wrong. Okay, and I believe that that is admitted, Jeffrey's phone is in evidence now. And it's 137EA. Does that sound right?
That does sound right.
Okay. And that is the AT&T. You can confirm that?
Yes, it's AT&T records.
All right. Now, according to all those records that you have, they should span from approximately January 2015 through, I believe it's June, but correct me, 2015. If I'm wrong, just please make it right.
I think that is the time frame, or at least it's close to the time frame. Well, now that I'm looking at the account notes, I think we got, did you say June or July? I'm sorry, sir.
If it's July, that's great.
It looks like January through July, because we have account information, and the account appears to be closed July 15th, 2015.
Okay, so we have it. And do you know what day in January you started, or they gave it to you, I guess?
Well, the first notes I see is January 8th, but I think it probably is January 1st. I wouldn't have picked a random January 8th for starting subscriber or starting account information, the request, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, and of course it makes sense. All right, now, Jimmy Winfrey's number that we believe through your investigation, that ends in the 3383 number. Can you please make sure that's true?
That is true, sir.
All right. I'd like you to tell the jury, using any records that, by the way, you need, whether it is true that, hold on 1 second. Let me get my notes so I don't mess this up. Can I have 1 second, Your Honor? Sure. I apologize. Give me 1 second, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, I got it. Thank you so much. Okay, now, using Jeffrey's records, is it fair to say that you can search those records to determine how many times phones connected or tried to connect?
Sure, yes.
All right. I'm going to ask Haley Hackenwald if she's available to use it to show Jeffrey's record return, okay?
Okay.
If you need to see anything from it, just you're guiding us. And if the honorable court can permit that to be used on the screen, it's already admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
What exhibit number, just for purposes of reference, are we talking about?
It is exhibit number 137E.
Echo?
Yeah. And it's the entirety of the document. And just for the jurors to know, there's nothing wrong with it, but you pulled out, or the state pulled out just a section of those. I'm using the entire record return, okay?
Correct, sir.
All right. Now, with regards to Jimmy Winfrey, in April 2015, so I'm including the entire month, okay? Contacts between Jeffrey's phone, the number which is 8553, and Mr. Winfrey's phone, 3383. Do you know how many times that they tried to connect?
Off the top of my head, no, sir.
And she run a search. If you need to run it, you'll run it. I mean, whatever you want. So do it right in front of you. Okay, so Haley put in 3383. That's the Mr. Winfrey phone, okay?
Sure.
All right, now, do you see where it is highlighted and you see the date?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can we go to, and we could do them all, but I was going to just do April first. Is that okay?
Search your cross-examination.
Can you go to April 1st? Okay, we should be in April. So if you go back to April 1, scroll up. Okay, that starts April 1 about now, and it should be on page. Let's see what page that would be. You have to keep going. Yeah, there it is. Well, it starts at 4/1/15, and do you see the item number being 3810?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then if we go down that whole month, just go slowly. And the first time we see a hit between Jimmy Winfrey's number, the 3383, and Jeffrey Williams' number, just tell us what day and time that would be.
I mean, so we jumped, but the first one I see is that 4/29/15.
Okay. And we have to do our conversion, correct? Because these are the AT&T records.
That's correct, sir.
So do you know how to do that conversion on this by looking at it?
Well, sure. So it looks like the column, well, I guess it'd be the third column from the left. So we're in like the 5,400, 23 or whatever, if you want to pick whichever one. I guess it's 24 for that first highlighted portion. So we look for the third column over. Yep. Kind of what was just highlighted there, and 0010. So subtract 4 from that for this time of the year. And then we would get the number. So that's about 8:10 p.m. is what I would say it is.
Eastern Standard Time.
Correct, sir. Converting it to Eastern Standard Time. Correct.
Exactly. So, and just for the jurors to know, the number all the way to the left, and you said it is 5,400 and either 24th or 25th item listed on the calls. Is that fair?
That's fair. Yes, sir.
And then the next column is the date, which is 4/29/15, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the next column, as you said, is military time. So it would be just after midnight, 12:10.
Yep. So it's UTC time. So it's the Universal Time Coordinated, or GMT, or Zulu. It goes by the same thing. So that's the time for the Greenwich Mean Time, Universal Time Coordinated. So depends on where this phone is at this time. But yes, if it was Eastern Standard Time, that would be 8:10 p.m.
And then we flip it back until you got the 8:10 from the right after midnight.
Correct, sir.
Okay. The next one is, do you need the column? The next column is 0:03. You see that?
If my memory serves me correct, that's the time it takes in which for the phone to be answered, like it's ring time basically. And then the fourth column is the connection, how long the phone was actually connected.
So the phone was connected in this call 0.
Yes,
Okay. Meaning it did not connect.
correct. Did not connect if that fourth column is showing 0 and the other one's 3, then that's it ringing. Correct, sir.
And then the next column is do you know if that's the initiating number, the number that's being called, the number that's initiating the call?
From my memory, I think that first column is the originating number. Yep, originating number. And that next column, the terminating number, means receiving number.
Okay. So it's Mr. Winfrey's phone calling Mr. Jeffrey Williams' phone.
Correct, sir.
Not being answered, fair to say?
Yes, that's what it appears from this one.
Okay. And there's 2 of them in a row. It's the 5,424. That's all the way on the left, bottom, second column from the end, and then 5,425 call. You see
Correct,
that?
sir. Yes.
And that's the same thing. So it's Mr. Winfrey's phone calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, and neither time does it connect.
That's what it appears.
And
Correct.
in the entire month of April of 2015, those are according to these records, those are the entirety of the contact between those phones.
Yes, for these records, for this number, that's correct.
Okay. Now, There should be one on the next page, I believe. If we go down, you see that, and it's 5426. So it's really the next sequence, same time, same date, 4/29/15.
Correct, sir.
And that again is Mr. Winfrey's originating number. Is that right? Or did I do that wrong? You see that?
No, I'm looking at it. I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah, so the originating number, and there's 3 numbers listed, but yes, Winfrey's is that top one. The 8553 is the middle one. 991 is that bottom one.
Okay. And do you see in the features that's highlighted to the right? See that?
Yes, sir.
You see the VM? Do you know what, remember what that stands for?
Sure. So I think I do, but there's a key that comes with every return that tells you what it is. And VM, I believe, is voicemail.
Okay.
Sir.
And the next one is CFB. You remember what that is?
Oof, I'd have to look for that one. I know the NOIP, talking about like network types and whatnot. But yeah, I'd have to look for CFB in the key.
Let me just see if this helps you. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may, sir.
Yes, sir.
Need to mark it as an exhibit. Okay. For identification.
Sure. I'll mark it, Mr. Williams, today's date, number 1 ID. Is that okay? Do you have a pen up there?
I do have a marker.
No.
It'll write. I mean,
Sure.
what do you want me to write, sir?
Mr. Williams, 1, the number 1 ID is for identification.
Do we have that already, Christine? You may have to just mark it next sequential exhibit.
Whatever you tell me. And you can leave it up there in case this helps you during the testimony. Okay,
Chris?
we'll make that 223.
Okay, fine. For identification. All right, fine.
223. Thank you. And just tell the jurors what I handed you, if you don't mind, just explain it to them.
It's the AT&T record key that I was speaking of.
Just explain what that does.
It's kind of like the directions to make interpreting cell phone records, that response, easier. So all these kind of like short letters, it makes it mean something. It's just like a legend or a key on a map. It just kind of tells you how to read it.
Can you tell us what CFB stands for, if you don't mind?
Call forwarding subscriber busy.
Okay, and you know what that means, I assume?
I mean, I know what call forwarding is, and I know what it means to be busy.
Okay, and does that explain these numbers?
It likely forwarded and then went to a voicemail, hence the VM.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so again, there's no contact that we know of on these records. When I say contact, I'm not saying the phones don't connect on those occasions on the same date about the same time, but we can't tell if there's any communication. Fair to say?
There's contact. There is a time. So it was connected for a period of time, but that could be the voicemail, right? So we do see 4 seconds, but that could be, again, connection to voicemail.
And other than, and just complete it, if you don't mind, Haley, just show the jury and Agent Racy the rest of April. That is the only time that these 2 phones are attempted to connect according to the AT&T records of Mr. Williams for his phone numbers. Is that fair?
For this phone number for that month, correct.
All right. Now, it says in the search that you see and Haley did for the 3383 number in the top right,
Yes, sir.
for the entirety from January 1, 2015 to July 15, 2015, we have 78 total hits. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
And what we just looked at were 3 total hits, even though they were on the same date, almost at the same time, because I just looked at the time and they were all approximately 8:10 Eastern Standard Time. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right. If the jurors will have this in evidence, but that is everything on Mr. Winfrey for the, according to these phone records, between the two in the month of April that we are investigating. True?
For this phone record, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, I'd like to, you talked about YSL Duke, YSL Entertainment, maybe Inc. Duke phone or Duke YSL Entertainment phone, something like that. Do you remember that subscriber information?
Objection, Your Honor, to assume effects not having been ink or something.
I stand in objection. You can rephrase.
What was the, do you remember what the code is?
It was, the subscriber name was YSL Duke.
Okay, thank you. Now, that number for the jurors, just so we know that to be, we're talking about the same thing, that ends, and if you need the whole number, just say it, but that ends in the 5790 number. Is that fair to say?
I believe that is correct.
All right. Now, through no fault of your own, but we don't have any historical cellular tower information for that phone. True?
That is true. I just did subpoena, so we don't have the cell site location data for that phone. Correct.
All right. And I'd like to talk with you, though, about that number. Now, you know Duke, YSL Duke, maybe, or Duke YSL, to be associated with, I'm not saying there's not other people, but associated with a gentleman named Martinez Arm. Is that fair to say?
Fair say.
And you identified him from two different, a video that the jurors saw and a photograph that the jurors saw. Do you remember those?
That's correct, sir.
All right. Now, you know that Martinez Arnold or Duke or YSL Duke, whatever, same person. You know from that video that you took off the internet from the blogger. When I say you know, I guess we don't know, but you believe, based upon your investigation, you have a good faith belief that he was also in the state of Louisiana, along with Mr. Williams on stage on the evening of Saturday night, April 25, 2015. Is that correct?
I would agree with that.
All right. Now, that cell phone, because we don't have the tracking information, meaning we can't do like what you do with Jeffrey's phone and say, hey, I see the phone going from Louisiana to Alabama to Georgia. We don't know. We don't have that for Mr. Martinez Arnold / YSL Duke or Duke YSL phone, right?
I would agree with that.
All right. So we don't, and if you do know, please correct me, but you don't know whether Mr. Arnold or Duke, YSL Duke, had that phone with him in April of 2015, do you?
No, I don't have location information, so I can't like overlay it with the video of him being in Louisiana. No.
Now, a phone could be in the name of YSL Duke, but that phone could be with, me or you. It's possible, right?
Correct. I don't know who has the device in their hand.
Right. Now, I'd like to, I'm not saying that this is noteworthy to the jurors, but I'd like to go through with you, if you don't mind, the calls.
I stand.
Sure. Mr. Using Jeffrey Williams cellular telephone records,
Okay.
I'd like to also look at the 5790 hits for the for Mr. what I call Martinez Arnold or YSL Duke phone, okay? So if Haley can do that search, and if she's doing anything wrong, you correct her, okay? You can see what she's doing. Well, did you do this? Did you look at how many times those phones connect?
Generally, but not. I did it for a lot of phones, but I can't tell you that I did it for this phone, for this time, for this the way that you're doing it. So,
Okay.
But yes, I did look at the cross who's communicating to who at some level.
All right. Well, let's look at how many times these phones cross or connect. And Haley put in, she didn't put in the first three numbers, but she did put in correctly, and make sure it's correct, the 815-5790. Is that fair to say?
It appears correct.
All right, and you get back 62 total hits on Mr. Williams' cell phone records. That's from January 1, 2015 to July 15, 2015. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
All right. Now, I'm skipping. I'm just doing that because I'm trying to get to the relevant month.
I understand, sir.
But so she'll scroll down if she doesn't mind, if Haley does not mind. Let's scroll down to, we were in January, now February. It's March, so a little slower. And it's on the screen. It's March 17th. Now she's up to March. Okay, go back if you don't mind. Go back if you don't mind. Okay, she's at March 26th. And you see the two phones connect. You see the Jeffrey Williams. This is Jeffrey Williams records. And then you see the YSL Duke 5790 highlighted in blue. You see that?
I do see that, sir.
Okay, and that's on March 26th of 2015, a couple of times. You see that?
I do.
All right. And then the next time that these two phones connect would be, going to these records, would be May 12th, 2015. You see that?
I do.
So there is no connection between the YSL Duke, Martinez Arnold, subscriber phone and Jeffrey Williams records that is in evidence. You agree with that?
The records we have, correct, sir.
All right. And we don't know if Martinez Arnold had this phone number with him while in the state of Louisiana on the relevant days, which is April 25, 2015, going to April 26, 2015.
I do not know that, correct, sir.
Okay. I'd like to go to a phone that I think you referred to it as the YSL Enterprises phone. If I didn't, just correct me if I'm wrong. Is that true? Is that what you were referring to?
There's two phones that we went over, we entered into evidence that are labeled YSL Enterprise.
YSL Enterprise. I'd like to talk with you about the 1990 phone, okay? Just orient yourself, tell me when you're ready.
Sir, I believe this, I have it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And that phone, you from your extensive investigation, you know that phone to be used by Jeffrey's sister known as Dolly. Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair to say. That's what we believe, yes.
Okay. So, and I understand that the state was using, and you were using, YSL, help me, Enterprises?
Enterprise.
But I'd like to just, for an individual, if you agree with it, I'd like to just call it Dolly's phone, if that's okay, if that's accurate. Does that sound right?
Yeah, we believe that to be the phone. Again, we don't know who's holding it, but we believe that's correct, sir.
All right. So using the 1990 phone, not just this YSL Enterprise, but Dolly's phone, and the jurors heard your testimony, I'd like to know whether it would be okay with you, if it helps you, for Haley to do a search on how many times Jeffrey Williams' phone, which is again 553, connects with the Dolly 1990 phone, okay? Is that
Sure,
okay?
yeah.
All right. And she is putting it in, and she put it in, just make sure it looks right to you, the 583 1990, and she has 174 hits. You see that?
Yes.
And that again, January 1, 2015, July 15, 2015, right?
Yes.
All right. And if we can go to our, month at issue, which is April, and just see how many times Jeffrey's phone and Dolly's phone connect. And we're starting at April 1 of 2015, okay? So if you can go up, we'll just start at April 1, if you can go the other way. And that is going to be, April 1 should be contact, or it says item through, and Haley's highlighting 3810. You see that?
I do, sir.
All right, now let's see how many times these two phones connect in April 2015. You see the first connection on item number 4208? That's
Yeah.
wrong, I said it wrong.
Yeah.
4218?
18, yes, sir.
Okay, and you see the date as the 6th day of April 2015?
Correct.
And the time, and I know you have to do your conversion, so what time would that be?
So that's 2000. So -4 would be 16. So convert that to basically local time, would be 4:26.
One more time?
I think I might have.
No, you did.
It's so it's 6:26 -4. I'm sorry, because a 24-hour clock, that's 10 o'clock. That's 10 p.m. I'm sorry. That's 8 p.m. -4. Yeah. So I was correct the first time. 4:26 p.m. I'm sorry.
And we're talking about our time here in Atlanta.
Correct. We're talking about Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, and then that is a 17-second time for until the phones connect. Is that how you understand the seizure time?
Yes, we can go back to the key, but
Yeah,
yeah,
please.
it's my understanding I think that's the ring time for AT&T. Correct. Seizure time is the time it takes to connect the call, measured from the moment the caller presses send to when the call is connected. So I was correct. The dial time.
Yeah, this is the ring. So
Correct, sir.
each ring between is about 4 seconds. Does that sound right? If you know that.
I mean, that sounds correct.
Okay.
I wouldn't argue with you.
The next one is ET. That's the ending time, or it's probably a better word for that.
It calls it elapsed time at the duration of the transaction.
Okay. So this is 0. So they didn't speak.
Correct.
Correct. And then you have the originating number is the Dolly phone, right? The 1990.
That is correct.
And then calling Jeffrey's phone, the 8553. Fair to say?
Correct.
And then the next one is pretty much the same time, same day. It's again, Dolly calling Jeffrey, same result, no answer. Right?
Correct.
And then the next time is right underneath it. Same time, same issue, and it's a 3-second, and it says what you told us again, remember, all the way on the right-hand side, the voicemail. You see that?
Yes, I do,
So
sir.
it could be a voice. It could be, I'm not saying it is, but it could be a voicemail message.
I mean, the records say VM voicemail.
Okay. Okay. And then if you go to the next one that they connect. So it looked like it's about a week later on the 13th of April 2015, and it's item number 4496.
Yes, sir.
And again, this now is the originating number is Jeffrey, if I did that right, calling his sister Dolly. Fair to say?
It's fair to say.
Okay. And again, it looks like it did not go through. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And then the next time that they speak is pretty much the same time. It's the same issue, just rings, no answer, no conversation, as far as we can tell from the records.
Correct.
Okay. And then the next time that these two phone numbers connect, that's May 9th. You see that?
Yes, sir.
2015. And that is Jeffrey calling his sister. Again, they don't connect. You see that?
Yes.
All right. But now we're in the month of May, right?
Correct.
So for the entirety of the month of April, according to the records, these phones connect on 4/6, 4/13 without any type of communication that we could tell. Is that true?
For the 416, that
And the 406, 413 and 406, yes. April 6th and April 13th.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I would like to just talk about the items in Jeffrey's phone. Do you see that Jeffrey's phone has, let's see how many total items between January 1 and the 15th of July, 2015? Do you see that? Tell the jurors how many items, meaning how many calls were coming or going.
Looks like 12,265.
So for the 7 months, that's approximately, can you figure out the math? How many connections per month?
Oh, yeah.
7.5.
Well, and we don't know if there's a peak month. I don't know that. So I would be speculating, but yeah, so there's 12,265 out of a 7-month window.
So what is that per month? Understanding some months may be a lot more than others.
I mean, gosh, I guess it's like almost a 2,000 something roughly. If it was equal months, but we don't know peak times, we don't know anything like that.
Sure. Okay. Now I'd like to go to a gentleman who you said you got the phone number to from the Honorable Retired Detective Gaither. Do you remember a man named Meghann Cuniff? Do you remember that?
I do.
I'd like to just make sure that we're tracking the same number, okay? Would that number be the number ending in 9229?
Yes.
Okay. With your permission, I'd like, and the court's permission, obviously, I'd like Haley to run the search on Jeffrey's record connecting to the number ending for Ms. Garlington from January 1, 2015 up to July 15, 2015 for Mr. Garlington's number ending in 9229, okay?
It's your cross-examination, sir.
All right. And tell the jurors how many hits there are between Jeffrey Williams' phone, Mr. Garlington's phone.
I have a little box with a camera on my screen. I'm sorry. And the box is there. I can't see that, sir, because it's with our little Zoom or whatever box is there.
You see where it says right in the center? Does that help you? It was just moved to the left.
No. It wasn't that Adobe one. I have I have you, Podium 1C Zoom right in front of where my numbers would be.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's it. No, don't be sorry. Let's see if we can move that.
I hate to mess her up if it's touchscreen. Actually did move. No, Mr. Steele, if I was able with the court's assistance to move that, if you could just do it one more time, hopefully it shows the number. Okay, so that's what the issue is. There's no number showing up on that part. It's saying it's finished and there's no matches. So my apologies, sir.
No, don't apologize. We appreciate what you're doing. Okay, so for Jeffrey Williams' phone to the Meghann Garlington's phone, according to retired Detective Gaither, the Honorable Retired Detective Gaither, they'd never connect. Fair to say?
These phones don't connect in these records, correct, sir?
Okay. Now I'd like to do another phone, if you don't mind.
Mr. Steele, now might be the time.
Whatever, I am with the.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as promised, we've gotten to about 3 o'clock and this is a natural stopping point. So what I'd like to do, ladies and gentlemen, Agent Racy, if you would be so kind to come for tomorrow morning at 9:45. Can you do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, don't discuss testimony, any like the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, any ministerial inquiry of me? Okay, tomorrow morning, I'd like you all to be here for 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. We'll have a regular day till tomorrow at about 5 o'clock, okay? All right, if you don't have any other inquiry, let's go through your customary admonitions. Remember to leave your notepads in the basket as you leave. Remember that you are not to discuss this case amongst yourselves and onesies and twosies as you're going, whatever means of conveyance, as you're back there in the jury deliberation room. Remember, it will be a violation for you to go ahead and take your notepads, and we'll start recapping the testimony, comparing notes, or otherwise handicapping testimony as you go along. Remember, you cannot do any of those things until this court tells you and gives you instructions on how you to begin that particular process and manage it. So remember, you're not to authorize to go to any third-party sites as websites or seek any other additional outside information that's not presented within the four walls of this courtroom, because you only consider what has been presented within this courtroom. That includes, ladies and gentlemen, please do not go by and visit any of the scenes that may have been testified to or depicted by any means shown to you in this courtroom. And remember that, ladies and gentlemen, if any third party should try and talk with you or approach you, either by phone or any means of communication device, or if in person, that you need to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. And then, ladies and gentlemen, also, it goes without saying you can't view any of these proceedings on any other type of third-party site or through the media, as you can only consider what's probably being considered within the four walls of this courtroom. And then lastly, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for your patience with us and your continued patience as this matter is being presented to you. Ladies and gentlemen, unless you have any other ministerial inquiry with me, I'll recess you all and we'll see you tomorrow morning for 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. And as I said, we'll work a regular day tomorrow, okay? All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, counsel, is any ministerial inquiry of me?
Yes, Your Honor, we do believe that tomorrow it will be right that the state will plan on introducing Mr. Winfrey's certified copy of conviction. And so I believe Mr. Steele maybe had some further objections. And so I know we'll need to take that up probably first thing in the morning.
All right. Okay. We can take that up tomorrow morning starting at 9:30. So councils, if you would be here, we'll, in order for us to actually take that up at 9:30, we can go ahead and exhaust that for our jury. And we're scheduled to meet at 10 a.m., okay?
Thank you.
All right. Anything else from any of defense counsel? Okay, Mr. Matthews, what time are you supposed to be here tomorrow? Okay, and that's supposed to be sitting down at 10, you're here early, right? Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Anybody else? Anybody else have any issues? Any other questions of me? Okay, councilors, I'll see you tomorrow morning for 9:30, okay?
Thank you.
All right.